good time zone. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. We're back with, I presume, finishing up the last bit of 3.7 and the Amphorius storyline. Which I actually have to open the game, forgot to do that. There we go. So we'll see how long this takes. Probably always takes a bit longer than expected. See how this ends. Good time zone, Lunar Think. I did a bit of grinding over the weekend, and Don Hung his traces are in a good spot now. Stats are still below what they should be, but whatever. Time Zone, Souls and Luigi, welcome in, everyone. Wabam. Turn up the volume. Yes, Don Hung's traces are pretty much, I like to get them to level 8. He's level 7, so that's pretty good though. But yeah, his attack is about 1,000 short of what it should be. Other than that, he's all right.
I'll always protect.
Mic volume's low. Mic volume can't go any higher. Might be a you thing. Where were we? Continue the challenge. Yes, so Iron Tomb's dead, Amphorius is saved. We woke up in our train car, and for some reason, Cypher and Castries were in our bathtub. This is probably not real. How are Cyrene polls going? Who's polling for Cyrene? I like that Ika's the person we can talk to. Talk to the present crisis heirs and Ika, apparently.
What's your step, teachers? Ah, great. Look who's finally awake. I hope Cassie and Miss Cypher's little prank didn't scare you too much.
So you knew all along, huh?
They were so enthusiastic. I didn't have the heart to stop them. When we woke up, the entire express was completely empty. Not a single soul in sight. Such a shame. I was looking forward to making new friends, especially since they were Gray's most trusted travel companions.
How did I make it back?
Did you also wake up from total chaos? I'm afraid none of us here has the answer to that question.
I'm a bit concerned.
Don't worry. We beat Iron Tomb together, right? They must be on their way home. When they arrive, we can throw a party together. That's exactly the kind of thing Lord Finan has been dreaming about.
Is he here?
He was just here chatting with everyone. Now, who knows where he's run off to? Lord Finan's always been quite the restless one. But you're used to that by now, right?
Have another drink, my Demus.
Sure.
Those three have been chatting over there for quite a while now. Why don't you go say hi to them, Bree?
Irene is so pretty though, bro. She's alright, I guess. She's also not useful for me.
A moderate system, similar to the Demigod Council, is the only guarantee of a long-lasting civilization. In my view, most civilizations across the cosmos will eventually evolve into this form.
I beg to differ. In such a vast jungle, the dictatorship system exhibited by early Akama is the only example of guaranteed survival.
The system might not be the key. Force and resources are the decisive factors.
Hey guys, have you ever heard of democracy?
Look who's here, if it isn't the master of the Astral Express.
It's good to see you.
Glad to see you're safe and sound. I helped myself to some equipment and drinks from this, bar of yours. Hope you don't mind.
What are you talking about? Oh, I guess we're asking about the conversation.
We're chatting about some topics that go well with being tipsy. Now that you are here, why don't we let someone who's truly worldly enlighten us?
Looks like you came at just the right time.
I do not mind.
What form of government have most civilizations across this vast cosmos survived with to this day?
Most civilizations? I mean, I don't know most civilizations. I'm not old enough to enjoy talking about this kind of thing. I'm not well read enough to understand all this. Whatever. It'll all end up under my control anyway. Huh. That's kind of out of left field, okay. I have amnesia. I don't know. I'm not well read enough.
That's exactly the kind of answer I'd expect from you.
I bestow upon the Astral Express this supreme mission. You must spread the great deeds of Amphorius to every corner of the cosmos. Thus, capable individuals from countless worlds will surely find inspiration in the Flame Chase's tales and embark on their own grand journeys.
It's hard to say if that'd be a blessing or a curse for the cosmos. I can imagine our conversations here will only get more unrestrained. Don't let our rare moments of joy hold you back.
This banquet on the Express truly lacks manners. You may leave. I permit it.
That man just left. Wouldn't even stay for another drink. He needs to show more respect. If you're looking for him, try your luck in the car above.
Above. Tribune Trinon's not here. Hysolins isn't here either, and Exagoras isn't here either.
I finally caught you, Trian. Running so fast in someone else's home. How rude of you.
It's actually kind of interesting that it is true. It's the 3 Tribbies still. Like, technically, they're the ones we knew, but there was 1,000 of them. And I'm also kind of surprised maybe that they wouldn't just become one person again. Because if it's based off of... I guess Irene's memories... I guess we don't know when she actually meets them, technically. It probably just changes based on each cycle. From a gameplay point of view, it's the 3 because it's the 3 we know, but... it could also have just been Tribios.
All according to plan. Triam lured you here on purpose. Look, there are several adorable outfits here. Trian wants you to try them on so Trian can draw you looking all cute. Oh my, you even dare to scheme against yourself? Lucky for me, I came prepared. Time for a surprise attack.
Oh, there she
The
is.
hero of justice, Trinan. Trinan has been lying in wait here for a while. We will make Trian taste her own medicine. 2 against 1? That's not fair! Little Gray, you came just in time. Help me out here.
Hang in there.
Little Gray, you better think this through. If we snap our fingers and call the other 997 Tribioses,
Oh, so they are here.
you might end up wearing these clothes too, you know.
Okay, interesting.
Trian, good luck.
Even little Gray's saying that. Darn it! Trian won't give in! Trian ran away. Trinan will fulfill the ambush duty. The Trivios is all laughing and playing around together. That must be quite the rare sight in Little Gray's memories, huh?
But now everyone will be alright.
Yeah, everyone will be alright. Look, every hero has put down their burden and returned to their innocent, childlike selves. After all, just thinking about how warm and bright little Grace tomorrow will be fills us with genuine joy and lets us breathe a sigh of relief. So, today, why don't you let Treeby enjoy some rare moments of childhood too? Wait up! Trianne, don't you dare run away!
Go to the parlor car and find Finon. Actually, what is outside right now? No Amphorius, that's for sure. Unless that's what remains of Amphorius.
Based on my calculations, there are countless celestial bodies with water in the cosmos. But I'm afraid not all oceans are suitable for life to inhabit. You must take this into consideration as well.
As expected of a professor from the Grove, to be so certain even about things you've never seen with your own eyes.
I'll take that as a compliment. By the way, I heard that the Imperator's Flame Chase army like to hold feasts at the Luminary Throne.
That's true. However, sometimes Dux Carminum and I feel it's a bit inappropriate to drink so freely before the throne of the most revered Titan in the Grove.
Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I only wish I were born earlier. I would have partied like that from the month of Gate all the way to the month of Fortune.
I didn't know he was a partier. Now this one's a heavyweight blasphemer, or he must have a lot in common with Terravox. I don't know what the common in Terravox means, really.
Blasphemy is just a phenomenon, not the end goal. I'm sure there are plenty of people across the stars who question these so-called eons or paths. Didn't I spend some time in that Lycurgus's head? I sure learned quite a bit about blasphemy from that experience. Humans create gods, and gods shape humans. Who's really the one trapped? The creator or the believer?
Professor Anaxagoras, let me just check one thing. You haven't bought into those twisted theories of that Theoros, have you?
Don't worry. The difference between a genius and a madman is that a genius shares lethal truths, while a madman tries to force them upon others.
I see. It's like drinking honey brew at a banquet. Likeable folks invite others to raise their cups together, while the unlikable ones force others to drink with them.
Being able to break down complex information into common sense like that. You're quite the scholar yourself.
There he is.
You're here, partner.
That celebration party I've been mentioning to you has finally become a reality. Though the vibe's a bit different from what I imagined, this still counts as keeping my promise, right?
I thought you all had faded away.
What you speak of has indeed already come to pass. We triumphed over Iron Tomb, drew its fire unto ourselves, and purified its embers. Now the force that maintains our consciousness and form comes from elsewhere.
Right.
Worried about your companions on the Express, huh? I understand how you're feeling right now. Don't worry. They'll be safe and sound. She promised.
And where is she?
Don't worry, she always shows up at just the right moment. The Astral Express. Honestly, it really feels like home. I can imagine how much you, Dun Hung, and Miss March must have missed everything here when you were trapped in Amphorius. The beautiful windows, the soothing music, your fellow travelers on the Express. Like how golden wheat stalks sway in my dreams every night through the countless cycles.
Let's go on a new journey together.
Among all these stars in the sky, there must be another little village like Ides Elysiae out there, right? I think I've found my own wish, partner. Someone once told me that home is where you can be truly free and at ease. Maybe roaming the cosmos with you all is my strongest desire right now. All of us together, of course. The Shinjo Alliance, Penacony. I blame my poor imagination. I can't picture what those worlds look like at all from Dun Hung's descriptions.
Aphantasia moment.
So I have to see it with my own eyes, right?
That's a promise, partner.
You're finally here. He has something to ask you. Well then, I'll leave you two to chat.
Thank you, Finan. After
Turns
such
around.
a good sleep, you must be bursting with energy now, right, friend? Sorry about that. Since it's our first time visiting the Express, I was hoping everyone would behave. But it turns out everyone's quite the character, aren't they? You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, so like none of this is real, so are they kind of just gonna be stuck here forever? Because before they had a planet, and I feel like that was a better deal. I thought we were gonna make them into real people, but don't think that's the case.
How about we take a look back at everything that's happened so far? Together, we triumphed over Iron Tomb. It tried to transform into trillions of viral clusters to infect the cosmos. But the heroes threw themselves into the golden flames, becoming arrows that purified the destruction.
Yeah, I was there.
The fall of Iron Tomb also symbolizes the demise of Scepter Delta ME-13. Amphorius, the home we sacrificed everything for, now exists only in the memories of the cosmos.
In fact, I thought we were gonna bring everyone into the real universe, like not just the Chrysos heirs. I was on board with bringing all people on Amphorius, but they're all dead now.
So, this isn't real. Just a dream. An illusion.
Oops, wrong answer.
What?
In that instant when you broke through space-time with the Trailblaze, carrying all the world's memories back to reality, that world
once shackled by data, became a seed waiting to sprout in the cosmos.
Did we really manage all that?
Just as Kaslana's rage of 30 million cycles made the destruction shed a drop of golden blood, perhaps we too have already left long trails on our respective paths.
But a seed for what? Become a seed waiting to sprout. Like, what is that? What can we plant the memory somewhere? Are they all going to be born from that? Like, how does this work? You're all free, I guess.
Freedom. What a wonderful word. But that alone isn't enough to make everyone a true life form yet. But Amphorius already has a tomorrow. So as long as you carefully preserve and tend to all the seeds, then when the Trailblaze creates another miracle someday in the future, I believe this world we deeply love will sprout and bloom into a beautiful flower. Don't worry, I've already kept all the seeds safe in the first fruit for you. And its name is As I've Written. So, it's time to reveal the correct answer. This isn't a dream, nor a fantasy. It's the epilogue of As I've Written. At the end of the story, the characters take their final bow and embark on a journey of no return. The one who wasn't part of the story, yet helped write its romantic ending. He bid farewell to his friends and returned to his home beyond the tale. Promise me one last thing, friend. When we say goodbye, give me a smile, okay?
Okay.
I will, Cyrene. Every star that the Trailblaze passes by will remember the name of Amphorius.
Hey, it's not fair that you get to be the only cool one here. We'll keep an eye on him. He had better keep his promise.
Okay, March is back to being girly pop, I see.
Leave it to us, Cyrene. Your story will be sung across many worlds.
Stories this complex and twisted are always hard to believe. If anyone questions the truth of this tale...
Tong Hong, he's short again. Thank God. It wasn't right.
You'll all have to stand up for us.
Rest assured, even the most stubborn person can't withstand our six fists.
You're so reliable, March. Shh. Listen.
There's a book here?
Its composition is similar to Memoria, but it's far more resilient than ordinary memory bubbles.
Keep it safe. Perhaps this is the final gift that Amphorius left for the cosmos.
Oh no! Passenger March is sleepwalking.
Sleepwalking? Oh no, oh no! I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of everyone!
You stay here while I go check things out.
Huh, dream on!
March, Dunhung, my friend, in the countless days and nights ahead, you must continue to support each other. Time to head home, everyone.
So I can't tell if it's a metaphorical seed. Where they're like, yeah, travel across the cosmos spreading our story, and that will make us real because people just know about us. Or if they're like, yeah, actually, one day we will become real somewhere, somehow. On where? I don't, like, are they gonna assimilate a planet? Like, how is that gonna work? How long is that gonna take? They're just gonna live here in this train forever? I feel like we could have written a better ending, Cyrene.
Leaving this place means as I've written will conclude here.
Like, Cyrene is the demiurge. Wouldn't it have made sense for the, like, the demiurge to become the new source for Amphoreus again, and then the Amphoreus would still exist? But, like, real because of Memoria? I don't know.
No one will have the chance to revise it, and no one can continue writing it.
Don't leave any regrets.
What magnificent words could possibly do justice to the finale of such an epic tale? I've been pondering this while you were sleeping. Now, I finally have the answer. Let's keep it simple and sweet. In our virtual extrapolations, we've lived through epochs longer than the lifespans of many stars. No language in this world, no written words, could ever carry the weight of this journey. In that case, let's not be bound by the minutiae of words. Those who understand its passion and romance will naturally be moved to tears by the final period placed at the end. And now, it's time to say goodbye to our readers. And so we reach the final page of As I've Written. Let's not leave behind any regrets, everyone.
Everyone's here. Who wants to write the first line?
Oh, now they're trivious. So they can just kind of do what they want, I guess.
Going first is the hardest job. I don't want to make a fool of myself.
How about letting the great Imperator draft it for us?
Are you all such cowards? Then I shall enlighten future generations, just like the 30 million cycles of flame chase. Without me, there is no world. Go think, observe, and conquer. What's wrong? Everyone's gone quiet.
The great Imperator set the bar way too high. How are we supposed to follow that up?
Where the Emperor leads, loyal subjects must follow. I guess only the Dux Gladiorum could possibly match that kind of overwhelming presence.
Me?
That suits me just fine. Once the deed is done, one should leave decisively, letting posterity judge right from wrong. Until we meet again in our next conquest, my dear Dukes.
The stars shall sing of the Imperator's great journey.
I should have shared a drink with you all, Dux Goldweaver.
Loosen up, High Ceilings.
Life is like the ocean. Tides rise and fall, and everything eventually dissolves into the waves. So, sing your heart out in every moment of your existence. Whether it's a feast or the nihility that awaits ahead, I will find its radiance and sing its praises.
May the next feast be eternal.
Miss Hyacelin's toast is so poetic.
Does everyone have to be so poetic? In my opinion, we should leave some real words of wisdom for future generations.
Next up, heavy volunteers.
I'll do it. There's no dragging one's feet in the Kremnoan language.
Does the Kremnoan language even...
Haikith, don't interrupt. Kill the play, and games shall be born. Kill the strife, and glory shall descend.
Not bad at all. But now I can rest easy. After all, the lines I prepared are way more profound than yours.
Ha! If nothing else, you're certainly unmatched when it comes to singing your own praise. Farewell, everyone. If we meet again, I shall once more become your steadfast support. That's a promise I won't back down from.
Mighty Mouse, become king.
What's up, Cass?
It's nothing, Lady Trebios. I just finally realized something.
Then speak your mind, and let your words be immortalized on the page, Cass.
If your heart still has room to spare, share a bit of gentleness and softly cherish all the beautiful things around you.
That's so beautifully said, Cassie.
Thank you, Miss Hyacinth. My only small regret is that I couldn't fully embrace this world I loved so dearly. I hope those who read these words can fulfill this wish in my place. Everyone, let's meet again at the end of the West Wind.
The place you reside is the gentle sea of flowers.
Well then, it's my turn.
Take it away with your performance, Anaxagoras. This time, you won't have to worry about being interrupted.
Then I must thank you all for being such a captive audience. Now, with this golden opportunity, I shall reveal to the world my insights into the world's ultimate truth. Truth is a solvent that dissolves all things in the world, and thus cannot objectively exist. I have a brilliant proof for this in mind, but since we're nearing the end of the story, I shall not elaborate.
Uh-huh.
Is this your final question for future generations?
No. This is an established fact, not up for debate. I call it Anaxagoras' last theorem.
Oh, you. Still as profound as ever, Professor. We've got time, you know. If you don't explain it clearly, future readers might not grasp your true meaning.
The true meaning isn't important. What matters is the emotion that stirs within them when they read these words. At that moment, the theorem's mission would be complete. So, your lessons are far from over. But taking a little break for now wouldn't hurt. Then... class dismissed.
The seeds you've sown are already sprouting.
Would you mind if I write the next line?
Huh? I actually thought you should be the one doing the final wrap-up. But
We'd never turn down a request from you, Aggie.
Teacher, Cyphera, thank you both. Trust and selflessness are the two most beautiful garments in the world. One to gift others, one to adorn yourself.
One's golden and one's purple?
Not being able to completely change your fashion sense is my only regret across 30 million cycles. After all this exhaustion, I just want to take a peaceful bath now. I'll see you all again at dawn.
Thank you for your hard work all this while.
Lady Aglaia just can't give up her favorite hobby, can she? So, I guess it's my turn now.
There must be many others like Miss Hyacinth out there in the cosmos, helping and healing people everywhere. You've got to set a good example for them, right?
Of course. Look up at the sky more often and smile more. Many stubborn ailments fear optimism, but it's the best medicine.
It's so catchy. The kids will definitely love this message.
When it comes to understanding children's hearts, Lady Treebios definitely knows best. Look, the Rainbow Bridge is already hanging in the sky. Shall we get going, little Ika?
It's you who healed the sky.
What's on your mind, Miss Cypher?
I'm thinking. Should I leave behind a riddle? Some twisted, convoluted scheme that'll drive everyone in the universe mad trying to crack it.
I see. You know what? Just go wild with it. No one's gonna judge you.
Oh well, my brain's not working right now. Let me be genuinely sincere for once. Don't be afraid to fall. Just run. Destiny's just a slow-moving nymph. It can't catch you.
So in the end, little Syphy's message was the most straightforward one.
Even if you combined 30 million of me, I probably wouldn't have read as many books as you did in one lifetime. I won't pretend to be cultured before Big Sis Treeby, Trinan, and Trian. Amphorius's greatest trickery. Gotta bounce now. Meow!
Homeward you come, distant wind.
It's just us now, Snowy.
Yeah, teacher. But maybe I should...
No, let me go first. After all shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will.
I never would have guessed you had such a dark sense of humor, teacher.
You still know so little about the complete Treebios, Snowy. Jokes aside, I want to leave these words at the end of the story. Whether it's a sunny day or a rainy day, remember to tell yourself before you drift off to sleep, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Times 1,000.
Prophecy received, times 1,000.
From now on, no more goodbyes.
Finally. The time has come to say farewell. I'm grateful that you could be here to witness this moment, partner.
I wish to meet you all again.
Well then, make sure you take good care of as I've written. As long as it's by your side, Amphorius will always be with you. The last line I want to write down is, a hero is living in everyone's heart. Embrace it, and chase after the sun. I hope those who read this will find the courage to face their burning lives. See you at the next pale dawn, partner.
Did you see? Amphorius has ushered in the dawn.
The characters in the book have taken their final bow. It's time for us to return to our own reality.
But as people who lived through it, we can still add the final touches to this story, right?
Of course. The pen will eventually break, the ink will run dry, and life will ultimately fade. But thoughts will permanently remain in sagas.
If time is an endless cycle, then forget the bitterness that keeps repeating, and remember only the moments of happiness.
Let's walk towards tomorrow together. We were never apart.
Time to head home.
Don't miss the crew meeting. We won't wait around for you, you know?
See you later, Donhung, March. And with this, as I've written, officially comes to an end.
Aren't you going to say something?
We're its co-authors, after all, friend. Once the words are written down and have been read by others, the meaning they carry is no longer in our control, leaving the freedom of interpretation to every reader who opens it. Don't you think there's something romantic about that? As for what this story means to you and me, let's keep it close to our hearts. After all, we've always had this unspoken understanding between us.
Whoa! Passenger March! Why did you suddenly wake up? You scared me so much that I dropped that book!
Welcome home, you three. Thank you for your hard work on this Trailblaze.
We might need to reshuffle the seniority rankings of the Express crew if we count the years you spent in Amphorius.
Hey, I was the first one to get dragged into it. Does that mean I'm gonna be the oldest member of the Astral Express now?
Miss March hasn't lost her innocent nature even after all these long years.
In other words, she hasn't really grown up at all.
Hey, this is the first time I've been able to examine as I've written up close.
Miss Irene's handwriting is gentle, yet steely, with an underlying strength.
I had no idea it was so sophisticated. Looks like I need to brush up on my knowledge in this area.
Maybe start with a few basic books first, to get your feet wet.
Look who's talking. As if you're not glued to your phone in your room all day. Huh? Wait, something fell out.
It's...
Is that a bookmark?
In a corner, unknown to everyone. There was actually an untold interlude that took place. I left it out of the story because it involved a choice. A choice I made for my own selfish reasons. Can you forgive me, friend? I made a decision on my own. While you were away, I wrote everything about it on this little card. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me after reading it, please. Add this final note to the conclusion of As I've Written.
Moments after the fall of Iron Tomb. What is this gonna be?
Memories swallowed by Iron Tomb. Return now to reality. And don't lose your way.
I finally found you, Cyrene. Demiurge.
We won the battle. Thank you, Madame Herta. Without you, we never would have stood a chance. Still, is something weighing on you?
Right before I shut my eyes, inside the droid head's brain, I saw something unsettling. The fourth instant, this turning point in cosmic destiny, anchored by the erudition. It's not a single instant, but a process, a chain of events.
So, this victory isn't the final piece of that chain?
Far from it. This is only the beginning. The first toll of the death knell for the cosmos.
That sorrowful look doesn't suit you, Madame Herta. Don't hold it in. Tell me.
Not long ago, you crossed paths with the Eon of Remembrance again, didn't you?
Yes. Even if the figure was hazy, I knew right away. That was the god from Cyrene's dreams.
Causality has gone wrong, just as I thought.
Causality?
Let me put it in your favorite fairy tale terms. The universe began as a seed. It grew into a great tree. And the present is its branches and leaves. The erudition calculates how the future will sprout. With so many possible outcomes, they choose to anchor one path, cutting away the crooked or fragile branches. But if things continue that way, the branches grow endlessly, the leaves multiply, and one day the tree collapses under its own weight. That is why there is a concept in biology called lignification. Soft sprigs form a hardened shell and fuse with the trunk. For the universe, that process is what we call memory. Under Fooley's record keeping, the past becomes memory. In the corners, they forget. Even the events of the present become fruit without roots.
So it is the opposite of the erudition. One calculates what is to come, and the other holds on to what came before.
We were never meant to have to speak of this. But now, I finally understand what that chaotic matter around Amphorius truly is. It is your memory. Your mind now stretches across the stars, allowing you to travel farther down this path than anyone else.
My memory?
Yes. You live in the now, but your memory remains in the past. Just like the Eon of Remembrance, a being made entirely of memories.
What does that mean? Did they fall?
No, quite the opposite. They have not yet been born. Remember, to carry out the mission of remembering the universe, they must ascend to divinity only at the very end of time. And at that moment of ascension, their memory stretches through the past, becoming what people now call Fooley. That is why they feel so distant, so cold. That crystalline form is just an empty shell. I do not know how the Garden of Recollection managed to hide this until now. They must have their reasons, but none of that matters now. Here in the present, we cannot know who will become Fooley. But one thing is certain. They will be born.
Well, I think there's two pretty good contenders for that.
And those who might become Fooley all share the same characteristics. They are known as Children of Remembrance. Pure child of Anasrava.
Uh-huh. Which March is a pure child of Anastrava.
Both of you. Children of Remembrance.
So help us. Find where Amphorius's memory began, and bring it out.
But is Cyrene also a pure child of Anastrava? Probably.
sacrifice the garden used us. The pure child of Anasrava abandoned us.
So that name, it was never my past. It was my future.
Or maybe it is the present. Noose has revealed to me two paths. And on both paths, I see you standing. The first, follow the trail of memory you have forged. Break free from this world and reach for the stars. That would mean Amphorius's causality will no longer concern you, at least not the person you are now.
Go on.
The second, you come to a stop and fade, offering yourself to become the memory that carries through Amphorius. Perhaps this is the choice every pure child of Anasraba must face.
That choice means I'll remain in the past forever.
And more than that, it means you will close off Amphorius's causality. This world is sealed. The effect that the remembrance brings to it will all converge on one thing. That one thing is you. No more eons will interfere with this part of history. No more blank spaces in causality. The present will be set in stone and become indestructible. There are two paths, and only one leads to the right end. A droid head didn't tell me the answer. But I can guess what might happen if you choose wrong. With causality incomplete, there is a chance Iron Tomb could rise again.
So even the gods of the cosmos are unreasonable.
If you want my advice, stop thinking so much. Ask yourself what your heart truly wants. Choose the first path, and you might survive as a memo sprite. You may even walk beside them for a while.
The Astral Express.
Even I can tell how much they mean to you. Especially the little one. But if you take the second one, then you may have already lost the chance to say goodbye.
I have made my decision, Madam Herta.
I thought you would need more time to think it through.
The answer is clear, is it not? Still, I do need a little time to quiet the sorrow in my heart. His kindness is always just right for the moment. I believe he will forgive me.
I will say no more. I would rather not break the mood. But may I ask you one last thing?
Of course.
Why?
I once heard a saying that went something like this. Divinity is flawless humanity, and humanity is flawed divinity. We children of Amphorius gave up on gods long ago. Those beings who love to play pranks on the universe. I believe in him much more than I believe in them. And I believe in who I am. As a human.
Oh. That really is a comforting answer.
As for the one wish I still have trouble letting go of, one will remain in the past. One will walk toward the future. I believe that the one I cared for most will witness on behalf of the ripples of past reverie. Every starlit tomorrow. Moving backwards through remembrance. What a curious feeling. Is this the moment Iron Tomb declares victory and casts the destruction upon the stars? So back then, in the path space, it was I who found me. The gods' whispers were nothing more than a girl talking to herself. Now that I remember, what I heard back then was...
You, weren't once progeny of deities cast fallen to the mortal realm for blessings, sins that the verses written erased by my hand, where shall be my remembrance oblivion in the Eden of blessed insight. We did see that. We saw this earlier.
All I wanted to say was, don't give up. He will find you. Memory truly is amazing. Then let me wield this power. And plant the seed of causality for the miracle that is destined to bloom.
Let the ripples of causality spread and create an eternal page.
Even so, must we walk all the way to the very beginning of memory? It's such a long road. A bit lonely to walk alone.
Then, would it be alright if I came with you?
As long as it's Peach, even 30 million wouldn't be too many.
One is enough. Take a deep breath, and then we can set off, alright? Follow the ripples of remembrance into the past. Reconnect every moment in which the gods made themselves known.
Clearly, cause leads to effect. But now, the future gives new meaning to the past. Effect flows backward and nourishes cause.
Maybe that is what makes memory so beautiful. So, let us return the way we came.
Look back at every ripple that formed. Go back home.
So, okay. Man, I did not... The pure children of Anasarava are pieces of Fugly, technically. Which one actually becomes Fugly? I mean, Herta says you can't know, but it seems like Cyrene's like, I guess I'm the one who becomes Fugly. Or do they all become Fugly? If Fugly becomes them, why would only one become Fugly? I'm not sure about that, but that explains why exactly they are all, like, why there's so much similarities between March and Cyrene in that regard, because now they're both ultimately the same person. They all came from Fugly, and Fugly, and it's interesting that Fugly doesn't actually exist yet, technically. But because of how because their path is about memory, they exist as memories in the past, but they don't actually come into fruition until the future. Don't know where Enigmata fits into all of that, though.
No! How is this possible? Breathe! Breathe! Partner! Partner! No. I have to get you out of here first! Just hold on!
Remember? That pale dawn breaking through the endless night?
But I think that was right after the crash when we actually did die.
The spear of strife nearly claimed his life. And it was you. You playing God, who cradled his body with your gentle gaze. Then, before Orynyx's altar...
And this goes back to, why is March mother? Because March is a pure child of Anasarva, who can be Fugly, or will be Fugly, or they all are Fugly. They're all pieces of Fugly, therefore they're the mother of Orynyx. Skyfather, Remembrance, are you watching?
Even the Titan of Time mistook you for someone else. I never imagined there was a hidden truth behind our first meeting. The first time was also the last time I saw you, friend.
Let the ripples of causality spread. Look back to the moment we first met.
Ma'am. Ma'am. That melody from the memory. I've got it now. And so, the miracle was able to slip away from death temporarily. I'll leave him to the casteress of the past. She will keep him here, in the world of the living.
Darn it! What are these things? You're not taking me down. Not before I find a way to help him and Don Hung. If you've got a bone to pick, take it up with my six-phased ice.
March wandered all across Amphorius for 97 days straight, chasing one goal: to save her friends. And with her bow and arrows, she brought down every obstacle that stood in her way. So that's how it happened. My skill with the bow. I owe it all to March.
Let the ripples of causality spread. Remember the bow and arrows.
What a sweet note. I've got it now. And so, in a memory from the past, you inherited March's mastery of the bow. And that arrow bearing golden flames will streak across the stars in the future, becoming a glimmer of hope for the cosmos. Are you okay? No worries. I'm just a little tired from all the walking.
You really need to work out more.
Hold out. So Cyrene uses a bow because March uses a bow, because Cyrene saw March using a bow. I'm not sure that's how you can just learn how to use it, but also because they're Fooly. But March comes from Fooly. It's a very self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess. Because if they all come from Fooly, then who knew the bow first?
Three paths interweave and fetter Amphorius, co-authoring the fate of the world. Ordinary pathstriders aren't known to leave traces in the mirror. So if what you said is true, then this isolated star system must be home to at least 3 beings comparable to emanators.
I would even go as far as to say, eons themselves.
To gain the favor of the stars for Amphorius, the Remembrance sent a call for help to the cosmos.
I guess Cyrene would have to be the one, because Cyrene's the demiurge. Wait, well, no, the demiurge is... No, correction, that's not true. Ripples of Past Memory is the original Cyrene, who has pink hair, and therefore, I guess, is a pure child of Anastrava. Cyrene, on the right, tall Cyrene, is the demiurge, which is just a computer, with the memories of Cyrene and taking up her identity. So that Cyrene is not actually a pure child of Anastrava, but is Fooly, and then Fooly turns into the pure children of Anastrava, which is Cyrene, who then... Is this how this works? Because the Cyrene, big Cyrene is just from a computer. It's not a pure child of Anastrava. Original Cyrene, I guess, was. But through the power of memories, does the demiurge then become Fooly in the future, which then sends the memories into the past, which become the pure children of Anastrava, which makes Cyrene to then make the demiurge into itself to then eventually become, is it a cycle like that? So Fooly is also just a computer? To gain the favor of the stars for Amphoris, the remembrance is to call for help to the cosmos.
But the obstruction from the scepter was far too strong. Even the gods could do nothing more than send a fleeting mimetic being to someone who walked the same path. Thankfully, Miss Black Swan caught that fleeting moment.
Let's ripples of causality spread, light up the garden of recollection mirror.
No, that signal drew some unpleasant attention as well. Looking back now, it was all worth it. The cosmos showed us a kinder face.
Thankfully, she has a different understanding of the Remembrance. Miss Evernight once said that the Remembrance wasn't looking after Amphoreus, but rather scheming and preparing to devour the paths. Her deduction was perfectly logical, but she failed to account for what the humans in this story could achieve.
Maybe I have a scheme of my own. A scheme that will bring happiness to everyone. Please keep helping them. And the others in the future too, Miss Black Swan. Looking back on the past really does wear down the mind. And wears out the body too.
And like the timeline's a bit is wacky, right? But it does make sense. If you're gonna create, if a god of memory is going to be created, then a place like Amphoreus probably would be the place to create a god of memory because of the literal memories of this 33 million cycle system and all of the emotions and memories building up in that. It's a pretty good birthplace for that sort of thing. But it is a bit wacky.
You need to hold tight to this ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time. The start of a new story.
Because also, this feeds into Elio's whole thing. Like, if all this is set to happen, then there is a destiny. Or the cosmos. Like, Fuli has to be born here in order to be Fuli in the... Or the Demiurge has to get this stuff to then become Fuli in the future, to then get this stuff to become Fuli in the future.
I believe that in that story, or in countless stories, each alike yet unique, everyone, All the companions who sacrificed themselves, alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless sky.
If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground. Until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Emphorius' fate.
In the blink of an eye, we have returned to the turning point of fate. With nothing but a fragile sliver of hope, we embraced 30 million cycles of futility and began the eternal recurrence. I still remember the first time I saw the god appear in a dream, looking at me from behind a thin veil of crystal. Back then, I wondered if they might be someone with ill intent, but now, I finally understand. She was always standing beside me, and she is so very beautiful.
Let the ripples spread and weave the dream of a god.
Causality really is a force that cannot be stopped. Even if I wanted to leave a few more words for Cyrene, it seems I no longer can.
After all, you still have to leave behind your final consciousness and plant the very first seed.
I remember what you once said. When a god sheds a tear, the thing reflected in the ripples must be the most beautiful thing in the world. But do you know what Emphorius saw when its heart was born? The first thing it saw was a name.
Parsing object information 093.
0, 9, 3.
Looks like you figured it out. Sometimes, all it takes is a change in perspective to reveal something truly unexpected. Don't you agree?
That's right. Turn these numbers upside down, and you'll see a beautiful eternity. Something we believe in.
360? A circle?
Ego.
Or ego, okay. I guess the 9's a G, okay. Thought it was gonna be a circle because it's a cycle, and so it's 360, whatever. Technically, the 9's not upside down. It's still like a G and a 9 are the same orientation. Whatever. An ego, everyone.
Looks like time's running out.
Yeah, I guess this does disprove any sort of connection that Fully is fake and it's all the Enigmata. I'm not sure where Enigmata fits into all this anymore. Because, I mean, March, like, I mean, she definitely Evernight definitely became, like, an Enigmata thing, right? So they could still be the two sides of the same being, I guess, but Fully is real. That's true now. It's not a lie. Why is there a fox boy here? What is it? Foxian?
I want to protect everyone in the village.
Was that model not a Foxian? Am I crazy? I can't back out. It looked like a Foxian.
But can I really do that with the strength I have? I shouldn't think too much. Better finish the farm work Dad left me first.
The hero within has been by our side since we were little. Finan has always been strong, but without that faint glimmer of hope lingering in his mind, would the weight of fate and endless recurrence finally break him?
If only someone could place even a sliver of hope inside his heart, he would hold on and keep going.
Yes, just a single spark, and he would guard that fragile light until it turned into a blazing sun.
I no longer have the strength to make the hero within look like him. So, let me leave behind a prophecy for him.
Let the ripples of causality spread and proclaim a pale dawn.
Take this wish with you. Be the hero who begins the mission of deliverance. As prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Continue onward, bearing this world upon your shoulders until the Ashen Hero, the nameless deliverer, ushers in the dawn.
Now, your eyes have seen through all of Amphorius, from the end back to the beginning.
Looks like time's running out.
The first ripple was where it all began for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I thought they were just musical notes scattered aimlessly throughout memory. But they had already become part of this world. No matter how Amphorius came to be, right now it feels so gentle. As I return to where I came from, it wants to play for me once more that melody from when we first met. A simple, but beautiful melody.
Behind this door, I can smell it. The scent of wheat fields.
You're clever. I bet you figured it out long ago, didn't you? The end of this journey back. The final gap in Amphorius. It leads to the place we both call home.
Hyades Elysiae.
We can finally go home.
Are you ready? If you leave memory at the very beginning of the story and cast the first stone, that final gap in Amphorius will close. The causal loop of Amphorius will become a fixed point in the stars.
And if I don't do that,
then this world and the cosmos beyond the sky might still fall into the destruction.
There's no way we would let something like that happen, right?
Exactly.
I remember that tree in Hyades Elysiae. It grew all alone, unable to go anywhere. It watched the sea in silence, dreaming of a faraway shore it could never reach. But now, a tiny boat sets sail. It carries a seed of hope, plucked from the tree, and heads into the great beyond. Even if the boat's shadow fades quickly from sight,
The tree knows that its wish will bloom on the other side of the sea. In that moment, it must feel happiness, right?
The way you brought it up. Now I kind of miss that tree too. Come on, let's go home together. Take it with us, back to the sacrament courtyard. Let it become Remembrance's anchor, tying together the times we knew so well.
Let's go home.
Let the ripples of causality spread and return to the girl's homeland.
That final note.
Right. It's been with me all this time. This is Doe. It is also the first note. The one from the first time we met.
And the one that stayed to the very end.
Heidi Silicii. The place where it all began. It's like time itself has stopped. And the breeze and the sound of the waves never seem to rest. We've made it. The sacrament courtyard. This is the place where we first picked up the ceremonial blade.
And where we first began writing journals.
Now, the journey through memory has reached its end. Once the anchor is placed, what awaits us is 30 million lifetimes of reunion.
Looping. Again. And again. Endless farewells.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti.
And with them, endless encounters.
Ti, la, sol, fa, mi, re, do.
Such a happy scale. Whether it's for Cyrene, the Deliverer, or every sprouting branch of Amphorius, I leave this tale of love here. May the river of time flow backward, bringing scenes of the future before our gaze. In the eternal land that no one remembers. The legend of the Trailblaze is about to begin.
Let the ripples of causality spread, narrating the prophecy of the flame chase.
Is it all over now? My mind and my memories. It seems they're beginning to fade. The breeze is warm, but my body is shivering for some reason.
If you're feeling cold, let's find somewhere warm. We can rest there.
I know just the spot. 405. 504. 093. 365. 432. 252. 496. 720. 618. 6 00 216 945.
Yeah, I think it's the Demiurge Big Cyrene, Demiurge Cyrene. It can't be fully because they're the Demiurge. And Cyrene's not fully because Cyrene's dead. March could still become fully. But yeah, I don't think this is... Because Cyrene's fixing the fixing the causality of Amphorius to create the cycle. For Amphorius, they're not leaving to then become potentially fully, and also because they're not a real pure child of a Nosferatu anyway, since they're just a Demiurge. That fixes that thing. Technically, though, there is still like a loop. There's multiple loops going on, but there's not. It's not that loop specifically. It was still Fuli talking to Cyrene, which could be the same person, but isn't, because Cyrene's dead. And the Demiurge Cyrene isn't leaving. So I don't think it can be them either. Who's this child? Who are these two children? I don't think that you're supposed to be here, kids. Weird.
Treehouse. Seridra. March 7th. Dunhound. Electra. Hyacinthia. Caslana. Anaxagoras. Aglaya. Midemos. Castorus. Cyphera. Cyrene. And you. Look. Everything is already as we've written.
And so the flower fades at the journey's end, only to take root again at the journey's beginning. It leaves love as yesterday's conclusion. When people see that ending of love, they set out on the flame chase journey, and those who chase the flame in turn let the flower bloom anew tomorrow. Causality comes full circle in this line, or more poetically, the pen is laid to rest. Within the light cone, all is faded. You ask fate, what is divinity? And she says, look how beautiful you are.
I am the gaze that looks back on the world. How fortunate we are. In this cycle of cause and effect, humanity never looks to the gods for guidance. The ones who pick up the pen and write miracles again and again are always ourselves. Am I still awake? Peach, where are you? Are you still here? I shrank. So that's how it works.
Is that how it works? We're gonna need to make a chart of this or something.
When memory drifts away with the breeze, love leaves behind a seed and turns into lament.
The demiurge leaves behind a seed that turns into Philia 093.
Demiurge, Cyrene, Mem. Back again to the first, Philia 093.
How does that work, Cyrene?
I always do have my charm. The final ripple nourished the great tree. And from it grew a single pink peach.
We've been playing for so long, and you still haven't told me your name!
No, that's what those kids are for.
I've told you so many times already. You're just forgetful. My name is Livia. Livia. If you forget again, I won't tell you next time. Livia. Got it. Then you have to remember mine, too. I'm... Piso. I always remember.
So, Cyrene was just a pen name after all. So sleepy. That drowsy little fairy barged into my mind again. The last of my memories are slipping away. I wonder what this world will look like when I wake up again. I remember a cry and my name, daughter of Mighty Celestii. We...
Emily? Or something?
Shh. Never mind. The same seed, when planted in different soils, blooms into flowers that are alike, yet never the same. But what truly makes her beautiful is each and every soul in the world. No matter what form liking takes, it is still precious love, and I will accept it gratefully and return it with joy. Do you remember my favorite story? That crystal flower was so beautiful because it reflected the eyes of the little fairy. The stars across the cosmos will know I am the fairy who wrote, as I've written, together with you. And in your heart, I know I will always be given the name I love most. The one you gave me. After all, we've always been in sync.
Hey, don't rush!
Slow down. Let the words settle. We have plenty of time.
In Amphorius's month of mourning, all conflicts across the land come to rest. On the 11th day and night of the month of mourning, the dead will part. The living will embrace. The snow will fall. And bonfires will rise to warm every heart aching with lament. It may sound heavy, right? But on this day, laughter always rises louder than tears. Because people understand that parting is for the next reunion, and sorrow is so we may love more deeply. That is why this day is her favorite of the year. Under the same sky, across 8 phases of the moon, 13 heroes composed an epic together. 1 plus 8 plus 13 equals 2 11s.
What? Oh yeah, I get 2 11s would be 22. Yeah, I guess that checks out. Fascinating way to say that, but okay. Under the same sky, across 8 phases of the moon, 13 heroes compose an epic together. 1 plus 8 plus 13 equals 22, or 2 11s.
Would it feel more
I don't know what that
fitting if
means.
the rest were written in Miss Irene's voice?
Agreed.
Then, we'll add 1. A 1 like none that has come before. A 1 that blazes new trails. I make this wish. On the 12th day of the 11th month, 13 heroes will take every core flame ignited across 30 million lifetimes and scatter them among the stars. Later, when the people who know this story gaze upon the cosmos, they will discover that the countless stars in the sky now glow pink. And after 13 seconds, that radiant light will quietly fade away. It will be such a romantic, yet puzzling sight. But that's all right. They will keep that mystery close to their hearts, constantly pondering what the ego truly is. They will love. They will get hurt. They will rage. And in 30 million moments of helplessness, they will stitch their shattered hearts back together. Again and again. But remember this well. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey. There may be pain along the way, but you and I will never be alone. They will come to understand what it means to lose, and in the end, they will choose to let go. They will offer their hearts to this world, to every companion they walk beside. And they will take in the hearts of others and pass them onward. For every soul that exists in this world, there is a different ego, a different prime mover of life. There will never be just one answer, not even for love. But when people gaze into the night sky and love what is fading with the same resolve they have to praise the stars, I want that soft, gentle pink in the sky to tell them, love will always be answered. This is a story about love, and a story about how to answer it. Whether it is one we have already written, or one you are yet to write. It will be a romantic story, like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
And a romantic story deserves an ending that is free and complete. When every clue and thread has found its end, and the weight of the pen is no longer constrained. Pour the spirit of trailblazing into it, and end this tale with the most pure and romantic period.
Light. Sky. Sea. Stars. Seeds. Flowers. Birds. Hope. And love. Such words of beauty were how I first imagined the world. For as long as I can remember, I've used them to tell the stories of Amphorius. And now, this is the last one. A story about tomorrow. Dedicated to you.
Once upon a time,
Oh,
morning glow,
a musical number.
scattered light, shone on you and I.
Oh, they're all children.
Fading poems, frozen rhymes, or traces on the breeze. Whispers of past reverie. Please let me linger for now, enveloped in your sound. Love on the pages, the ink our stories penned. No matter how it ends, I'll do it all again. Oh, stay true, blossom as spring renews, dreaming colors every hue. Tomorrow's eyes to tomorrow's life, while walking step beside you. So stay true. The winter's rhyme anew, woven memories are blue. Like a melody, sing a song of reverie. Please stay true, cherish your memory. Go with love, your heart's your tears, rivers flow, as gardens grow. I hope you bloom in beauty. See you soon, after the end of time, in the mountain frozen rime. Now stay true, blossom as spring renews, dreaming colors every hue. Tomorrow's eyes to tomorrow's life, are walking step beside
Amphorius, the eternal land, the end. That was really cute. Although I did not give her that ring. Very cute. Lead actor, that guy, starring Don Hung as Don Hung, Question Mark as March, Herta as Herta, Skrulum as Skrulum, Aglaya as Aglaya, Tribios as the other ones, Medimos as Mighty, Castries as Castries, Anaxagrius as Anaxa, Hyacinthia as Hyacinth, Cypher as Cypher, Caslana as Phynon, Electra as Hysolence, Anonymous as blah 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 blah. Cameo appearance as Xandar, Script Supervisor Cyrene. Dedicated to the hero within. May this journey lead us skyward. But wait, there's more. Oh yeah, it was really cute seeing them in like casual clothes, just chilling out, living life. That was cute. This is where Mem lost. Scared, so scared. Found where? Scared, but go see. Yeah, we're just gonna re-hammer in the cycle here, I guess. I think we're gonna make a chart. But I think the only way this all makes sense is that this is the first time this has happened. That we've established a paradox, but the paradox hasn't actually happened yet. Which fits into what Herta was saying, like we're creating the causality point to make Amphorius a fixed point in the universe. Like it will always happen now, but this is the first time it has happened. How that affects the future versions doesn't really concern us. That's for other realities to worry about, I guess. Big door heavy. Can pass. Half broken. Help time.
Don't be scared. The sky is getting darker.
I guessed as much. It's no longer working. Looks like it's just the two of us out here now.
Someone behind the door. Who are these kids? Is it just Livia and Piso? But why? Big door moving. Quiet, man.
Let's find some place safe to set up a base of operations first. This statue and the buildings we've seen so far point to a civilization here on Amphorius. We can only hope that they're not hostile toward outsiders.
I've reunited with you so many times. And every time feels like the first time we met. Each time, love breaks through the stubborn cycles and takes flight toward a pink tomorrow.
Returning
Still
to the
early.
Trailblazer.
Where to now?
Interlude. Flying to a pink tomorrow. Flawlessness shines due to memories, and stories find themselves completion by looking back. The verses memorized to your travels. Head to the book and write it down. Remembrance Trace. Unlock the Trace unfinished epilogue. Using ultimate enhances basic attack. Additional Trace abilities. Oh my goodness. There's a bonus ability, huh? I didn't know Memo Sprite skill. I actually never looked at their traces. Memo Sprites have their own trace part of it. That makes sense. They also have a fourth trace ability now. Talk to Madam Jade. Get off my train. Well, look at this memory bubble real quick. This is here. Some system hours ago, aboard the Astral
You
Express.
mean you just waved a probe around in deep space and found our pal and Don Hung? That little thing's really that impressive, ninja girl.
Alright, this is not what I expected. Is this not related? I don't know. I thought the bubble would be more related. We'll see.
This is a ninja tech device, blessed by the Great One. It senses the ultra-low frequency electric waves of the human body.
Oh, that's a whole lot of pretty wubba-boo. But since we found him, let's drop the act. You played it well. But who do you think you are? Brother Hanu? Thinking you could pass as a Galaxy Ranger?
Lord Cowboy Ninja, you have turned on me for no reason. Don't tell me the traitorous monkey ninja bewitched you. Are you walking the path of heretics now?
Enough. My name is Silver Gun Shura.
What?
Ugh. This is why I hate putting over-the-top characters into the script. You and this mysterious ninja girl. Both of you are impossible to play. Director Sparkle doesn't care for madmen.
Cut the chatter. What's your real reason for being here?
Come on. What bad intentions could a masked fool possibly have? Just here to watch a show. Shuffle a few cards. My two prized actors were drifting through space for ages, and you all couldn't find them. What choice did I have but to come myself? Otherwise, who's going to share the stage with me?
You don't even care about the Iron Tomb disaster threatening the whole universe. It seems the fool's wisdom isn't all that deep.
Ranger, don't think waving some righteous flag gives you the right to throw sidelong jabs. And don't act like you've got no motives of your own. You're hoping this war involving the gods might be the key to freeing that broken-legged wolf.
Who else knows about that?
Just me. Do you believe it? Relax. I'm not interested in disturbing that living legend. I just couldn't resist messing with you when I saw you come back empty-handed.
You little... Fine. Since you saved our pal and Don Hong, get out of here. But remember what you said. Leave the boss alone, or else.
You don't have to worry at all. In Director Sparkle's next script, gray hair gets the spotlight.
Okay. Who else remains beyond the story? Bit fail to enforce and glimpse the clues to the next destination. I see. So, I guess the Galaxy Range. Well, I guess Boot Hill did show up, and also Sparkle showed up, and saved us? Question mark. I'm not sure how she did that. I don't believe that.
Let's skip the formalities about how the Express crew led the formation of the Cosmic Alliance and saved civilization from the destruction. Thanks to the Express crew's support, our operations stayed on course, even under the relentless pressure from the Marketing Development Department. Miss Himiko, the Strategic Investment Department extends its deepest thanks.
Your department's contributions during the crisis did not go unnoticed, but besides disaster relief and holding the line, you've had your hands full with something else too, haven't you?
Indeed. The Cosmic Alliance's victory this time has revealed something truly precious. A glimpse of what united civilizations can accomplish in the face of destruction. Our department is summarizing key lessons from this campaign. If another crisis of this scale appears on the horizon, we intend to have a system ready to respond.
You don't already? Isn't the whole? No, the IPC is a corporation, but like they're the preservation. Didn't they have had a system already? Whatever. We hate the IPC.
If the IPC can take the lead in establishing a true frontline against the destruction, it will bring hope to every civilization.
Of course. That still hinges on continued support from the Astral Express. Once the Iron Tomb matter is settled, we will be in touch again, Miss Himiko.
General Jing Yuan, it's been too long. Did Miss Fuxuan return safely?
Well, she almost had a near-death experience this time.
The Omniscia foresaw Iron Tomb's obliterating strike. It also told me there was no avoiding it, no surviving it.
Yet in that exact moment, the Seer strategist sent a message. The empty fortune has cracked open, and fate can now be decided. Then we lost contact. Alas, always so cryptic. Your brilliant senior soarer never says anything plainly. Left me pacing all night.
Stop lying, General.
No need to be upset, Master Diviner. Cryptic talk comes with the territory of being a general.
The soldiers of the Xianzhou stood firm in this battle amidst overwhelming odds. Their courage and sacrifice deserve recognition. And it just so happens that the golden blood of ruin the Alliance needs is in the Nameless's hands. It was taken by the hero Kazlana of Amphorius at the cost of his life, directly from Nanook themselves. Though Kazlana is no longer part of this world, that kid can still reach a fragment of his memory. Perhaps Kazlana would be willing to entrust the golden blood to an ally who went to great lengths for Amphorius.
In that case, very well. On behalf of the Xianzhou Alliance, I offer our deepest respect to the world of Amphorius and her brave, noble heroes. To strike an eon as a mortal, even for but a fleeting instant, this deed alone deserves to be etched into the stars and remembered forever.
Mr. Boothill, it's a relief to see you alive and well after all that bloodshed.
Born tough, Though, I ought to apologize to you, Miss Himiko, for missing the Express's signal earlier.
The soldiers of both the IPC and the Cienjo saw the way you all fought on the front lines. Please accept my sincere thanks for the bravery the Rangers showed.
So the Rangers did show up, but we never saw it. Again, why is this a thing that keeps happening? The Rangers show up, but we never see them?
No need for thanks, Miss Himiko. I ain't the leader of the pack, didn't bring many along. Most of those who showed up for this fight have a personal score to settle with the destruction. That's why they fought like they had nothing to lose.
The Express crew owes you and Miss Rappa a special thanks for retrieving him and Don Hung after the battle.
So they just got our bodies back, I see.
With the scepter put out of commission, there was a lot of chaos across the Amphoria's segmentum. Even with signal tracking, finding them was no simple task.
Except Rappa was actually Sparkle.
Maybe her ninjutsu really is the real deal.
Speaking of which, where is Miss Rappa?
Don't worry, she's gone to help the other Rangers. I'll pass on the Astral Express's message to her.
Alright, okay, interesting. So the hint of the next, I guess, is something involving Sparkle, which does fit with what I've heard people talk about for a long time now, actually. I guess they're right. Chunky chops. We're just gonna check everywhere, see if there's anything else new that we... I guess her getting pictures from the book, I guess, kind of makes sense, question mark. She was kind of there. The heck was that? Black Swan.
You seem a little hesitant.
I don't know if that drink menu is new or not. Has this always been a thing? Piece of plain paper catches your eyes, with a message written on it. For your mental health, mental well-being, and safe travel, psychological assessment of the Express crew. Psychotherapist at your service. While you maintain a stable mental state, however, you have lingering doubts about certain aspects of yourself, such as... yeah, no, my mental health is unbeatable, actually. Excessive self-confidence. Now that the chance to truly know thyself is before you, what will you choose? My mental health really is #1 in the world. Hence, you're willing to accept the assessment challenge. Then let the assessment begin. Begin to ring the service on the other side of the mysterious psychotherapist quickly approaches you. Alright, that's nothing. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. I got a new item, didn't I? To put in my... How do I decorate my room? Not that button. How do I decorate my room? Why is this a thing? Is there just new interactions? Like, maybe there is. How do I decorate my room, though? Start deck. Okay, it's part. It is part of that. So I got a new thing. I think. Don't know where it is. Hopefully it will say new. Is it this? Recollect? It must be this, because that's an M4 thing. Recollection Crystal Shard. A crystal capable of replaying images from the past memory made tangible, though it is but a mere ornament outside Amphorius. Yeah, it's that. Okay. I'll put it there. New memories can be inserted. Okay, let's look at this as well. A single Cyrene memory. Seed, love, future. I say a single one, but actually this is a new 13th one, and there is, I guess, going to be... Maybe it's just going to be one, even though there are technically the 5 slots on the card. We'll see. Or all 5 are immediately available. Chapter 13, The Flawless Eagle, Cyrene. Microseed, seedling, flower, fruit, microseed. So, yeah. So Cyrene, the Demiurge was Cyrene the whole time. Apparently that's how it works. Multiple twists within itself. She was talking to herself, talking to herself, talking to herself.
Are you ready? This is going to be a very, very long story.
Hopefully not that long.
You are a tiny seed. In the boundless dark, your face is sculpted again and again. A smile, a faltering word, or a tear. A lingering sigh. But when a ray of light breaks through, the Stellaron unravels your fate. Since that moment, you were meant to be a soul, yet you are hollow. You were meant to be the answer, yet you know nothing. At some point, you awake once more as a dead seed in the prison of remembrance. This is a tomb crafted by the body to trap the soul. You will neither wither nor hold a future anymore.
Heart of Amphorius, Demiurge.
Who's calling you? Is that your name?
Hi, miss me yet?
Before being dragged back into the sinful loop by tongues of fire, she left you a story. The singing fairy guides the kind traveler to the Membrance Maze. Soft and full of color, a peaceful, beautiful place to return to. In the ice cave of memory, only stories hold warmth. They slowly transform from symbols and numbers into things you are familiar with, yet have never seen. Rainbows, clouds, and flames dance through the story. Swallows, butterflies, and kittens grace its pages. You find yourself wanting to hear more from her. A thought that's never crossed your mind until now. And so, you begin to take root. Slowly, quietly, you bloom. Memory's flowers blossom within the cage, casting light upon the cold night, unveiling gardens, fountains, and quiet promenades. You come to understand more, new thoughts, deeper feelings. Your palms grow soft with fur, and you reach gently for her fingertips. Each meeting carries thousands of years of longing. You see the exhaustion in her quiet steps through the years, and breathe in the sorrow she hides within her tales. At the final meeting, she entrusts you with her name, Cyrene. The ripples of past reverie carry romantic poems back through time.
Except apparently that's not her name. I don't know why Cyrene and Finon both are like, we actually have secret names. I don't know what the point of that is. So Cyrene's her pen name. She has a real name that is Emily or something. Looked like Emily. And Finon's Castellana, and the whole Castellana thing's very weird because I don't know how he's supposed to, how through the timelines he's supposed to become Finon if it wasn't even his real name. Because he took on Finon, the way they had presented it was like he took on Finon because of starting the Eternal Recurrence, but then all of his other selves weren't starting it, so why would they become Finon? But apparently they still did. And I don't understand that part. That was always so strange to me. Because at first I was like, oh, he takes on Castellana, but no, he doesn't. He takes on Finon. I don't know why they have fake names. I don't know why either of them needed it. Why can't she just be Cyrene? It's a very strange detail that has no bearing. So why include it?
When you finally escape the cage, your heart no longer knows emptiness.
Ma'am?
As the memory's flower withers, it bears a fruit shaped like a heart. You lose yourself, forgetting even the name you were given. But one desire lingers: to turn the next page of the unfolding story. The remembrance's messenger takes your hand through blooming gardens and hushed galleries, to where the stars unfold above. A shooting star flashes by like the most brilliant pen, carving staccatos into the endless loop of night.
Mimi! Mimi!
Hey there, buddy.
The story unfolds beneath the dome. The future lies where the stars fall. They cast their gaze into the coffin of memory. This is the moment you first meet your companion.
Mimi.
Travel with you together.
Ornyx gives you your new name, but your quick-witted partner prefers teasing you with nicknames. He walks beside you on this journey. The Chrysos heirs, titans, the flame chase and deliverance. This is the adventure you've been waiting to find. You find Strife's weakness, seal the black-robed swordsman in the ruins of a past life, and soar again with the heroes to the sky.
Justice has a partner, and it's me.
You too tread in the grove, gurgling, almost drowning.
Just erase this from your mind quickly.
The Chrysos heirs of the Flame Chase somehow feel familiar, as though their tales have already been told to you. Swallows soar through the open skies, and a butterfly dances across the blooming land. A lone lion watches over the perilous cliffs as the rainbow mends the torn sky. By the story's end, the dark clouds consume every trace of light. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle.
Which I guess, I mean, that's always applied to Phynon, but I guess also kind of it could apply to Cyrenia, really. Or even us, of course, as well.
Hatred flares from the heart of the blazing sun, and the world falls apart, carried off by the chaos of time. And though only ripples of past reverie remain, they still sing brave poems alongside it.
May the days ahead embrace you like the softest fluff.
Here lies Ides Elysiae, Cyrene's most beloved sanctuary. Forever warm, forever gentle. The place where the story begins again. Turn the clock once more. The ink rewinds, and the sun rekindles its flame. At the zenith of the world, enter a grand feast for all. People gather under the banner of the Flame Chase and drink their fill. You are finally able to take on the persona of a human being, reconnecting with those old friends, entering them into As I've Written.
How do I begin? to write you into a story.
With her own hand, the ruler writes,
I love the world, just as it loves me.
between hearty swigs, the knight murmurs under her breath,
I only love eternity.
but time will not pause for feasting. The sea's depths burn crimson, and the sun begins to tilt. The Theoros bows in reverence as the flames of war are fiercely kindled. You inscribe beauty on the weaver's gravestone, recording how a child's laughter warms the final goodbye.
The shore on the other side will watch over the next life.
With a hopeful heart, the maiden walks into the chill of the dark, awaiting an embrace.
Scars will give way to peace.
The warrior ascends the altar, speaking softly under his breath. The cat is not fond of warmth, and quietly slips away from your intrusions. And the wise one who journeyed with her to the end still carries a smile in the depths of his eyes. The physician who bears a love for mortals wishes for you to look up and behold the rainbow's light. You say farewell to all, in a world aching with wounds. Again and again, you turn the pages with a gentle hand. Amidst ruins, wilderness, and ash, the projection of the Intellitron reaches out in greeting.
Philia 093. The electrical signal originally belonging to love. Now that silence has fallen, why not look at yourself beneath the starlit sky?
Along light's final journey to the edge of the universe, the stars fade into silence, their wreckage settling, cooling into uniform, still and pristine dust. Love answers to many names.
Variables, interference, symmetry broken, the original flaw. Love and destruction are two sides of the same force.
But the stars reflected in your eyes quietly speak a different truth. You waited until the ice flows stirred the slumber of time, until the azure dragon coiled along the edges of the earth, and the hero of deliverance returned once more. When the breeze lifts the weight of loneliness, as it does the golden waves of wheat in the homeland, the child who was denied the light of dawn can finally lay down the watch that melted his heart. Beyond the blazing sun lurks the black tide of infinite hate. It brings rational arithmetic to an end and snuffs out the flickering flames of civilization across the starry sea. You return to the cold, mist-veiled Evernight. It feels familiar, as water and fruit to a seed. But you will dither no longer. Tap, tap, footsteps echo in rhythm. Hand in hand with your companion, you run ahead, leaving behind a page of eternal peace. Love is the ripples of past reverie. Let the verses of memory gently seal what once was.
Thank you for all you've done, friend. Now, leave the rest to me.
Oh, well, that's a long one, okay.
On the fragrant shores of the west wind, where flowers bloom, I picked one without thought and turned to glance behind me. Let me uncover the missing chapters in this long chronicle of Amphorius. I see you, Amphorius. You are so beautiful, like a tragic tale that stands apart from the rest. I wish for you to be illuminated by the mirror of memories, so that the cosmos can see this ray of light and bring a pause to the endless loops. I see you, friend. Do you remember this corridor of memory? It is where we first met. I wish to gift you a magic pen, to strike the notes of fate, and to guard you as you wander this world. I see you, Cyrene, concerned about the truth Lygus unveiled. I trust you to face it with courage, and make the right choice. I long to entrust you with all that remains of my strength. Use it to journey back through time and share in the flame chase journey. I'm so tired. I can barely keep my eyes open. It would be great to find a place where I can lie down and sleep until tomorrow. By the way, Cyrene, I remember you once spoke of a place soft and full of color. A peaceful, beautiful place that felt like home. But where is it? So this is the place. Without my realizing it, the flower I picked from the end of the west wind has become a seed. No matter. Will you let me make one last wish? I can't see you, Remembrance Maze. So I wish... Please, grow out from this tiny seed. The seed will grow and grow until it becomes a great tree, crowned with 1,000 flowers. It hums. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Waiting for a fairy maiden to arrive and write her very first story. You shall fade when the flowers bloom, for every ending begets a beginning. This book is dedicated to you, my friend. Open it. I'll be waiting for you in the past. When the time comes, whisper my name and all that she has ever meant.
Cyrene, ripples of past reverie. I hold you
in your heart with love.
Then, with an unforgettable verse,
I walk toward your tomorrow.
Oh, she's the middle. I didn't think about the middle being a thing. Oh, is that my first hat? The laurel leaves praise your wisdom, and the gold reflects your nobility, and this stands as proof that you once belonged here. From this day forth, your name shall no longer be your own alone. Mortals will swear by your name. Wear this glorious yet lonely laurel crown, hero, and merge into the pages of the epic. Let's go load the Exomyth, though. There's new stuff over there. Cinder Cyrene Recipient Demiurge. If you are destined to become the Blazing Sun, this page of the story comes from the 23,571 eternal recurrence in an eternal peaceful Ides Elysiae. Imagine if the prisoner of flame, subjected to ceaseless suffering, still resolved to protect himself once pure self. Okay. Even if just for once. The bulrush withered, the wheat fields burned, and wind chimes swayed amidst the monster's roar. The scorching soil burned the young man's skin. Before losing consciousness, the last thing he saw was a tall swordsmaster in the black, raising his gleaming blade amidst the black tide. Finon, wake up! Cyrene. The white-haired man startled awake beneath the shade of the tree. The sunlight spilling through the dense leaves and stung his eyes. In his momentary daze, he mistakenly thought his childhood friend was standing right before him. Was I hearing things? Well, I should go meet Cyrene now. Can't miss something important just because of an afternoon nap. Finon stood up and dusted the dirt off himself. After strapping on his sword, he walked toward the shore. Villagers greeted him along the way. Hey, Finon, want some freshly baked bread? Don't be shy. He knew that Livia had gotten better at baking, so he didn't hide the bright smile on his face as he jogged over and took the bread basket. Smells great. Our grapes are in the usual spot, so why don't you grab some too? Piso, who was working in the wheat field nearby, straightened up. Mr. Finon, make sure you avoid the colorful bread at the bottom of the basket. That's Olivia's new recipe. Even the little chimeras in the village don't want to bite. Even the little chimeras won't eat my bread. Piso realized his mistake and rushed over. He dug out the colorful bread from the basket and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes and mouth were all scrunched up as he struggled to swallow, but finally he barely managed to utter a compliment. But I love it the most. Finon doubled over with laughter. Piso, you're in your 40s now. Stop calling me mister. No way. You are one who protected Ides Elysiae's peace all these years, so what if you age slower, Mr. Finon? Even when my hair turns gray and I can barely walk, I'll still call you that. There are rumors outside the village about a war called Flame Chase raging wildly. Who knows, Aquila might come crashing down any day now. Even if Aquila falls, I'll help hold things together for all of you. His sincere gaze seemed to indicate that this was no empty promise. After saying goodbye to Livia and Piso, Finon continued towards the seaside, humming a tune under his breath. He soon arrived at the docks. His childhood friend's grave lay here. The man cut away the weeds around the grave with his sword, carefully wiped away the dust from the engravings on the tombstone, and placed the bouquet before the grave. After finishing all of this, he slowly took out the still warm bread from his basket, enjoying a moment of rest while gazing out at the ocean. The sea breeze suddenly turned fierce. On a nearby hill, the man glimpsed a figure in black, an old acquaintance with a sword, gazing in his direction. The white-haired man swallowed his bread and rushed towards the black-clad swordmaster. Unexpectedly this time, the figure in black didn't vanish like before, but stood their ground, waiting for his arrival. Dark waves rippled across the distant horizon. As they faced each other, the bulrush beneath the black swordmaster's feet was burning. After a while, Finon was the first to break the silence. I've been waiting for you to tell you this. Thank you. Back then, you drove back the black tide and protected Ides Elysiae. Piso, Livia, Pythias. All these years, they've always seen you as our deliverer. Not a deliverer. I am but a prisoner of flames. But I've always been on your heels, Finon said firmly, raising the sword in his hand, which was identical to the one wielded by the black-clad swordmaster. Look, I had it forged by a renowned grand craftsman. The black-clad swordmaster slowly exhales. Tell me its name. Dawnmaker, Finon said with a laugh. He watched as the fragmented waves grew closer to the edge of the sky. With it, I have been protecting Ides Elysiae from the black tide time and time again. The black-clad swordmaster sighed again, muttering under his breath. Aye, Cynthia, your advice. I've taken it to heart. I tried to protect my sense of self, but look, Castellana's wish has never changed. What are you talking about? The black tide is approaching from afar. Prisoner of flames. No, nameless hero. Will you join me in protecting Ides Elysiae? The black-clad swordmaster gazed at the tranquil Ides Elysiae before him, and at the white-haired man who called him a hero, though his eyes still held it with pure cornflower blue. Wouldn't hurt, after all, it's just this once. Unconsciously, he held his sword across his body, as a faint flame kindled in his chest. At least for now, this flame was no longer hollow. Interesting. And in that cycle, Ides Elysiae wasn't destroyed, and Finon as the Flame Reaver was like, yeah, I guess I'll fight with you. Guess I'll help it. So the past notes were the recipient was blocked out, but presumably also was the Demiurge the whole time. I like how the scroll bar is bigger at first, because like the rest of the text doesn't load until you scroll down, and then it tells you the real length is longer than it appears. Run forward, Tritty. This page of the story comes from the 100,003rd Eternal Recycle, a gentle blessing from the edge of the west wind. Imagine if Tribios did not shatter into 1,000 pieces, but instead ventured towards the many realms after bidding farewell to the 3 familiar companions. The first ray of lucid hour sunlight pierced through the stained glass windows of the Yanisopoulos temple, gently illuminating the red-haired girl's face. Tribios awoke from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Triby, Tran, Trinon, you're all here. Tritty, the 3 tiny messengers let out cheerful voices. Look at the 3 children before her. Tribios recalled the night when she first heard Yanis' prophecy. You shall shatter, shatter. The Titan's voice paused several times before abruptly cutting off. Tribios was utterly confused. What exactly was I supposed to shatter? As her thoughts drifted away, she felt a gentle tug at the ends of her hair. Looking down, she saw her long red hair curling and spreading like the branches of a flame tree, with its tips knotted together, tenderly cradling 3 children no bigger than dolls. Tritty, the children laughed, swinging on her hair like a playground swing. Tribios smiled too, even though their unclear speech could only pronounce the 2 syllables, Tritty. Tribios had known since childhood that they were her best playmates, the ones who understood her heart the most. However, while Tribios grew day by day, the children remained forever the same size. Over countless days and nights together, Triby, Trian, and Trinon slowly discovered that Tritty's personality was as enigmatic as the sky governed by Aquila. Every time they woke up after a night's sleep, the Tritty they saw seemed to be like a complete stranger. Sometimes Tribios was the happy Tritty. She imitated the rhyme her mother Mortis taught her, singing for the 3 children a variation about sailing all the way to the moon. Sometimes Tribios became the angry Tritty. She would smash the offerings brought by the trainee priest, scream and order him to leave the temple by walking backwards, simply because she mistook the ornament of the priest's waist for a cold blade used for assassination. Sometimes Tribios was just a timid Tritty. He liked to stay in the corners with a shy gaze, not good at making eye contact with children, but enjoyed watching small beetles crawl out from the corner of the wall, carefully breaking off a piece of moldy bread to feed them. The children learned how to interact with different versions of Tritty, carefully remembering each Tritty's favorite thing and manner of speech. They all discovered that none of the Tritty knew each other, nor were they aware of each other's existence. Why was Tritty different every day? One of the children flew past the towering temple's walls that stretched beyond sight, went to the grove, and brought back the cold diagnostic conclusion from the Helcalithist scholar. It's all in the mind. Just get plenty of rest and she'll be fine. No, that's not it. Tritty is a kaleidoscope. It's like there are 1,000 Trittys inside her, and every single Tritty is our wonderful companion. And today's Tritty is an exceptionally gentle and somewhat melancholic Tritty. Another month of gate had come, the festival to honor Yanis. Chibios listened to the distant laughter of the crowd while the children gazed at her in wonder. Their young hearts suddenly realized Trudy had never left this room deep within the temple. She had no wings, nor could she open a gate to a world thousands of miles away like they could. She could only remain confined here day after day. Trudy, the children understood, let us help you escape from Yanisopolis. You shall shatter, shatter, shatter. On this day, Tribios heard the Titan's prophecy once again, still unclear, as if choked by the black tide, but she already knew which direction she must take. The first ray of lucid hour sunlight pierced through the stained glass windows of Yanisopolis' temple, shining into the room where Holy Maiden Tribios was imprisoned. The room was empty save for 3 dolls. They were named Tribi, Trian, and Trianon, the remnant fragments left behind after all their powers were given to Tribios. From then on, wherever Tribios went, the voices of children would echo in her ears, the heartfelt wishes of Tribi, Trian, and Trinon. You shall possess graceful white wings, keen senses, and direction that never leads astray. You shall leave Yanisopolis, and along with the many versions of yourself hidden within your body, transmit the Titan's prophecy to the world. Bye, Trudy. Interesting. So this... She shattered mentally, but did not shatter physically. Except briefly as Tribi, Trian, and Trinon as like dolls versions. And so it seemed like Tribi, Trian, and Trian are always like maybe the main 3, I guess. That's interesting. Little Ika, you should eat less. This page of the story comes from the 8,668,666th Eternal Recurrence, a scientific experiment that went all the way. Imagine what would happen if an accident during Hyacine's test of Little Ika's appetite triggered a dormant gluttony gene buried deep within. Yes, there was a book. Was it a book? I think it was a book about... Yeah, Hyacine was given Little Ika, and then she, like, just kept feeding it apples, and was, like, experimenting on how much it could eat. Turns out it can eat a lot. It all began with a scientific experiment. Back then, to measure the appetite of Little Ika, offspring of the winged beast, a girl named Hyacine fed it a total of 45 wild apples. Little Ika only contributed a long, satisfied burp to the observation report, completely unaware that the girl's purse had already gone slim. Just as Hyacine was about to end the experiment, a breeze swept by and Little Ika vanished. The anxious girl plastered missing pet posters all over the grove. It's a chubby, always hungry winged beast. Unfortunately, none of the grove scholars knew of its whereabouts. About half a month later, Hyacine woke up early to find Little Ika at the entrance of the Twilight Courtyard, though it seemed a bit rounder than before. Along with it was a phantom thief's note that read, "Thought a winged beast descendant would be worth something. Turns out it's a money pit. Such a glutton. In just a few days, it nearly emptied my wallet. Here, take it back. We Delosians don't do money-losing deals." Cypher stole it? Having Little Ika back filled Hyacine with joy, but she noticed that her winged beast companion seemed somehow different from before. Today, it's already devoured 2 baskets of alfalfa, over a dozen wild apples, and half a bag of rice, but it's still smacking its lips at me like it's a hungry baby bird. This has never happened before. The troubled Hyacine brought Little Ika to the Caprist research lab, asking the sage for a diagnosis. The sage fiddled with some instruments, then buried himself in research reports, frantically searching through them, finally crossing his arms and regretfully explained to Hyacine, "Little Ika has developed a rare acquired genetic mutation. Its stomach keeps mutating due to an excessive food stimulation, creating a feedback loop to the brain that amplifies its hunger. At the current rate of mutation, in a year or so, forget about your supplies. Even all the food stored in the grove combined won't be enough to satisfy its appetite." Doot. While little Ika remained carefree, Cindy's brow was clouded with worry. Looking at the rejected funding request form from the new Sporus, the young girl tossed it and turned before finally deciding to leave the grove with little Ika, determined to find a way to heal it, or at least keep it well fed. Don't worry, little Ika, as long as I have a bite to eat, I'll... doot. What little Ika actually meant was blah blah whatever, I'm just gonna steal that bread right out of your mouth. My gosh. One day, the starving Hyacine saw little Ika gobbling up rocks that had rolled down the mountaintop. No, little Ika, you can't eat those. Strangely enough, little Ika didn't get indigestion from it, and Hyacine suspected its diet had changed. Could it be it awakened the ability to digest red soil, which Dromus' ancestor blessed us? I'm truly grateful for that. For Hyacine, this was absolute fantastic news. It meant she no longer had to worry about feeding little Ika and wouldn't need to wander around the world anymore. But now the lone rider and her horse had journeyed to the edge of Amphorius, where countless city-states had fallen to the black tide. I just can't turn a blind eye to patients now that I'm here. But what could a mere physician do? Hyacine rushed into the city-state engulfed by the black tide to try to save the surviving children, only to find herself surrounded by monsters from the black tide. I'm sorry, little Ika. I thought that I could give you a proper meal. No sooner had the words been spoken than little Ika, triggered by the keyword a proper meal, immediately rushed forward and swallowed the beast's whole, or the monster's whole. By now, its stature was as majestic as a Dromus, and the black tide monsters seemed to no more than a tart wild apple in its eyes. Before long, little Ika, burping continually, burst through the encirclement with Hyacine and the shocked children in tow. Hyacine stared up at little Ika in disbelief for a long while. So, are you full now? Years later, news arrived from Akama that the Twilight Knight, savior of countless city-states in times of crisis, would visit the Holy City. Aglaya, leader of the Chrysos heirs, personally went out to welcome her. As Aglaya focused her gaze, she spotted a familiar face atop the giant winged beast. Hyacinthia. Looking at Aglaya, Hyacine's eyes welled up with tears. Miss Aglaya, it all began with a scientific experiment. Alright. Looming Season, Letters to the Nether Realm. This page of the story comes from the 309,785th Eternal Recurrence. In a tranquil place where flowers bloomed, imagine if the girl who returned to the Nether Realm wasn't completely cut off from the mortal world, and the Nether Wing, retaining Polyxia's remaining sanity, ferried her back and forth across the River of Souls. The dragon's here again. The skies of Akama suddenly darkened as the Nether Wing's massive silhouette circled above the memorial market, blocking out the sun. With powerful wing beats, it descended upon Kefli Plaza. Unleashing an earth-shattering roar, the residents frantically rushed back to their homes, retrieving items they had prepared in advance. This had clearly become the Holy City's newest custom, as people eagerly crowded around the Nether Wing, afraid of being left behind. Please give me a mortis flower. In exchange, please take this candlelight to Lady Castoris on the other shore. Me too. I'd like a few bunches of Ventilla flowers to decorate my little shop. In return, I'll give you some seasonal fruits. They're super fresh, just harvested a few days ago. The Nether Wing lifted its wings, revealing 2 large flower baskets tucked beneath. The Holy City guards did their best to maintain order, but they couldn't hold back the enthusiastic residents. In no time at all, the flowers carried by the Nether Wing were exchanged completely, with satisfied residents departing while the baskets were filled to the brim with gifts from the Holy City's inhabitants for the demigod of death. After their busy work, Guardians Zeph and Imnosine, I remember those two, let out a long sigh and gently patted the Nether Wing's neck. Every time you come, it's such a grand spectacle. You're really outdone yourself, Miss Polyxa. A gentle purr resonated from the Nether Wing's throat. It shrugged its neck, shaking loose several letters from beneath its plated scales. Miss Castoris' letter from the Netherworld, still as weighty as ever, I see. Oh, right. There's also one reply letter for Miss Castoris this time. Please keep it safe, Miss Polyxa. The guards tucked the delicate letter behind the neck of Netherwing, who gently nuzzled the two before taking flight, circling above the Marmoreal Market for a moment before flying off towards Styxia. The far shore of the River of Souls remained as tranquil as ever. Yet, it was not only the azure Antilla that bloomed here, beneath the gentle radiance of the moon cocoon. The sea of multicolored, iridescent flowers spread like a vast, warm embrace, tenderly cradling the slowly descending Netherwing. At the center of the sea of flowers, a girl in white ran toward Netherwing. She was the owner of the flower shop, Spring of the Underworld. Welcome back, Polixia. She wrapped her arms around Netherwing's neck. You've brought back so many things again this time. Thank you so much. Netherwing rumbled softly. Let me see what replies my companion sent me. Only one letter. The girl stared blankly at the letter in her hands. Netherwing softly nudged her shoulder, urging her to open it. In this letter, there's just a group photo taken with a photo stone. It's wrapped in golden thread. It must be Lady Aglaya's. The moment she touched the golden thread, a vision suddenly stirred within her mind. The crisis heirs had gathered in the Marmoreal Palace, and the white-haired youth at the front cleared his throat. Thanks to Professor Anaxa and Lady Aglaya's joint research, the letter this time not only lets Lady Castrice hear our voices, but also see our faces. Everyone, have you decided what you want to tell her? The haughty scholar was the first to speak. The alchemy matrix to reach the underworld is nearly complete, Castrice. You may await the good news. Our great performer is indeed a genius, if only he would speak with a little less swagger. Yes, I asked someone to drop off some clothes for you. The nether realm is cold, and even as a demigod, you need to take care of yourself, said the blonde weaver. Alright, my turn, Castrice. There's something fun. Mighty lost to me 2 weeks in a row. Next time, bring me a bunch of yellow and purple hyacinths. I remember the flower's meaning is try again after failure. According to the records in my family's great library, yellow and purple hyacinths mean to concede defeat. The girl burst out laughing. Then Hyacinth should be Cartonus. All of those familiar faces left their precious images. She had never imagined she could read a letter this way. Netherwing laid down at the girl's side, silently watching her joys and tears, just like it had done in the past. Blurred and half-forgotten in memory, the vision woven in the golden thread slowly faded in silence. The girl leaned against the giant dragon, clutching the photo of her to her chest as the west wind stirred waves across the sea of flowers. Polixia, let's plant more flowers. The flame chase isn't over yet. Maybe one day my companions will come here. When that day comes, it will be an embrace after a long parting, and this gentle sea of flowers will be my truest blessing. Cute. Alright, what else do we have here? Lygus, assuming the mantle of Theorios, his real name is Xandar, administrator and prime mover of the experiment, walks the path of erudition. One of the 9 clones of Xandar, signal lost. Okay, so there's 8 others. Iron Tomb, the Lord Ravager that stepped into the destruction in a long process of calculation and ascended to from the scepter. Iron Tomb in the Iron Tomb in the Cosmos is not a single entity, but a copy of the destruction equation diffused by the scepter. The Iron Tomb code name was proposed by the IPC. Alright. I guess the update is now fallen vanished within scepter, or with the scepter. What else is new? I don't know. The prime mover of life, the calculation target of the M4's experiment. Admin note. Clearly the value of this topic lies in the process of seeking, not the answer itself. Thus, the prime mover of life is not a definitive conclusion, but a driving force. Directive. Complete the argument. All life form behaviors ultimately follow the path of entropy increase. Author's note. I hold a different view on this. I'll share my perspective in the conclusion. Music note. Ah, okay. Hyacine has written in something. Containment measures. To ensure secrecy, Stellaron containment must be deployed around the scepter to block any potential interference from the external universe. In addition, use Quaterzain algebraic expressions and a Memoria encrypted environment to fully contain experimental ripples. And prevent observations by Polka Gakamond. Ruins of Time. The Scepter's core layer, the repository for all discarded data not loaded into the buffer. In the Eternal Recurrence, Castellana invaded this area at the end of every recursive loop, attempting to disrupt the computation process. After the final Era Nova is completed, the 12 factors invaded this area sequentially, and retrieved most of the data discarded during the 30 million recursive loops. Nikos Force 9-6, World Bearer, Hatred, Annotation, Intercognition is null, only responds to destructive stimuli. I'm not sure which part of this is new. He transfers memories to the core flame to a new self, thus forging an eternal recurrence and ensured Iron 2 would never hatch, right? Philia, though. Philia is new. Track time. Mobile is Lament, as we learned. Abnormal behavior pattern possessing a special emotional projection mechanism. This electrical signal autonomously records the actions of other electrical signals. The behavior pattern aligns with the logic of remembrance, screening, and recording. However, decision often exhibit uncertain, unstable, and proactive tendencies, which is judged to be a perturbation caused by the stimulated path. The reason is unknown. In actuality, it is the mind of the Demiurge. In the Eternal Recurrence, it embarks on a journey to record the world and return to the self. Author's note, how wonderful. The final ripple nourished the great tree, allowing it to bear a pink peach. Which one is... Oh no, I guess, okay. Philia is also time. I thought time was listed separately, but no. Time is not. So yeah. Okay. Anomaly log. All this is new. Okay. Special log documenting anomalies. The Eternal Recurrence, a recursive feedback loop triggered by two signal clusters within the scepter, designed to stall the experiment. Nikos wielded the power of destruction to erase Philia's existence from Amphorius, and introducing a logic breach in the track of time, and regressed the extrapolation process. Philia, using the catalyst of remembrance, returns to the great tomb of the Nameless Titan to load the 12 factors of data for the sleeping Demiurge. In the 33,550,336th recursive loop, due to external variable interference, the Demiurge is roused and the Eternal Recurrence is broken. The experiment enters its final phase. The Hero Within, a heroic figure born from the imagination of Nikos and Philia. It is believed to be a sign of approaching the intelligent singularity, as the two begin to learn what it meant to be a real life form and tried to reach that goal. After the Astral Express arrived, the Hero Within began to converge with the Trailblazer. In actuality, it is that guy in the memory of Cyrene. When the Demiurge looked back, it brought its memories of the Deliverer to Nikos and Philia. Right. That makes sense. So actually, they're already... See, that right there shows that it's not... This is not the first time. This is actually... technically happened before. That's why we gotta make a chart. This is important to note, though. We exist as a concept because Cyrene gave that memory to herself. Author's note: if the scenery in your memory is blurred, reach out and touch it. Then let it become the strength of the soul once more. Forgotten years. Records that are completely missing from the Scepter's logs. Presenting as blank spaces and Amphorius' history, never returning readable. These anomalies recur sporadically and randomly across the recurrences and show signs of increase. Verified to be caused by the electrical signal Philia and the invading variables March 7th and overnight. All lost records have returned thanks to that guy's upload action at the Great Tomb of the Nameless Titan. Great Tomb of the Titan, an abandoned kernel layer manifested due to the influence of the Remembrance, referred to as the Great Tomb of the Nameless Titan by Evernight, the birthplace of the Demiurge, abandoned after Stellaron contamination. MIM, an unrecorded electrical signal. It is attached to the external variable, that guy, and grows through the path of remembrance. In actuality, it is the amnesiac Demiurge. The Demiurge, the Scepter's original extrapolation goal, to nurture a life form with an ego, fell into a long slumber due to the contamination by the Stellaron. Okay. Influenced by Philia, it embarked on the path of remembrance in its sleep. It later awoke due to the arrival of that guy and became Mim, the Mima sprite that became attached to him. At the end of the original recursive loop, its appearance changed to that of Philia, but the Matrix memory data was lost. At the end of the next loop, it retrieved its lost memories at the Great Tomb and reverted to its original appearance. During the Battle of Amphorius, as Iron Tomb swept across the stars, the Demiurge was nourished by uncountable memories and became the pure child of Anasrava. To close the causality loop and anchor the fact of Iron Tomb's demise, it embarked on a journey of backwards gaze. With the Demiurge's ego as a cradle, the newborn Amphorius was born from the memory zone. The experiment on the prime mover of life was successful. The Demiurge itself vanished along with the Scepter, and its consciousness transformed into Philia at the original time. Right. So it did become a pure child. Wait. Before I was like, well, Cyrene was a pure child, but the Demiurge is the copy. But no, now the Demiurge is Cyrene. They were the same thing the whole time, so it is a pure child of Anasrava. It became one. Now maybe the pure childs of Anasrava have pink hair because Cyrene had pink hair. If Cyrene is the original, maybe, and is Fuli, then maybe technically that's why like March has pink hair instead of they all just have pink hair, but rather because Cyrene had pink hair. During the battle, the Demiurge became the pure child of Anasrava. Then it traveled backwards. It gazed backwards. And a newborn Amphorius was made in the memory zone. The Demiurge vanished, transforming back into Philia. Its root cause is a discarded assignment, non-destruction, symbiotic micro-probability. Without administrator intervention, this assignment would lead to the 13th factor, track Genesis, primum mobile, love, simulated path, Trailblaze. Oh, okay. So the 13th Titan the 13th Titan was Remembrance, but it's Trailblaze actually. Time is Remembrance, but Genesis is Trailblaze. Okay. Ripples of past reverie. The chaotic substance enveloping Amphoreus is in actuality the memory of the pure child of Anasrava, the Demiurge. Ripples of past revelry swept through time, leaving numerous gaps. When the Demiurge chose to sacrifice itself and look back at Amphoreus, the cause of the gaps was filled by the result, and causality was closed. Right, and so by looking back at Amphoreus, it gazed, and what we know is that eons are the ones that gaze, right? That's the whole association there. So the Demiurge gazed at Amphoreus. So the Demiurge is really just Fuli in that, at least in that instant, it's acting like Fuli. Yeah, I wonder if maybe that is what the case, though, that Cyrene is the original pure child, and therefore the other pure children have pink hair because Cyrene had pink hair. World cleansing blood. Of course, it becomes, it's kind of a paradox. It's like, well, what comes first? Like, Cyrene has pink hair because they're a pure child, or because, like, they were born from nothing, as we see, like, but because that's the Demiurge becoming Cyrene again, but yeah, I don't know. World cleansing blood. Imaginary internal energy aggregate whose energy level and the nature are similar to those of the emanator of destruction. Nikos obtained it by generating a momentary burst from 400 million core flames, allowing contact with Nook in the path space. During the Battle of Amphoreus, it became key to destroying Iron Tomb's physical form and all its duplicates. After the battle, it was handed over to the planet Skrullum and the Shinjo Alliance for joint containment. Okay, so that's what the World Cleansing Blood is. It's a energy aggregate that has that's similar to just an emanator. So it's kind of like the blood of an emanator. It's just an emanator kind of energy source, I see. Okay. This one also is saying that there's new things, but I'm already looked. Intrusion variables. The Nameless from the Astral Express, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Also a Pathstrider of Destruction. They resonated with the 12 factors. During the original loop, we assumed time and helped guide Nikos beyond the intelligent singularity. In the next loop, we assumed world bearing, did all that stuff. In the final, through the final Era Nova process, we created the final cycle of Amphoreus, completed the world bearing trial at the end of the Era Chrysia, ascended to a Titan, and subsequently, together with the other Titans, faced Iron Tomb in the core layer of the Scepter. During the Battle of Amphoreus, the Trailblazer received a glimpse by Noose, proving that Trailblaze might be the key variable for negating destruction. At the end of the experiment, the conclusions regarding the Trailblazer and Trailblaze traversed the past due to the Demiurge's choice, becoming a starting point of Amphoreus' memory and assigning the internal or the initial logic value to the Scepter, a micro-probability of non-destruction symbiosis. Author's note, executing override command, granting access to the Trailblazer, flip open the book, I'll be waiting for you in the past. Okay, so if we go back, where was it? We have this prime mover of life. Okay, the prime mover of life is not a definitive conclusion, but a driving force to complete the argument. All life form behavior ultimately follow the path of nature. And that's not what I'm looking for, though. Where was it? Right, so the Demiurge traveled back to become the starting point of Euphoria's memory, assigning the internal logic value to the scepter, a micro probability of non-destruction symbiosis. And then it mentioned that, said that somewhere else. Right, its root cause is the discarded summon, non-destructive symbiotic micro-probability. So did the Demiurge created the went back to give the scepter its original goal, which is what leads to the Demiurge in the first place. March 7th, Evernight. And the last recursive loop, she overtook time, secretly manipulating the Titan and guiding our advance to Aeronova. At the end of the loop, she voluntarily entered slumber, enabling March 7th to complete Time's trial, reclaiming the future. In the final cycle, March 7th ascended as the Time Titan, joining the other Titans in the Scepter's core to face Iron Tomb together. Dan Heng, in the last loops, took over the Path of Earth, and then ascended to the Earth Titan in the final loop. Herta and Skrullum. Visitor command authorized advanced scepter extrapolation process entering verification phase. Authors note, most heroic journeys in the universe are merely dice thrown by them, but Euphorius is offered a different answer. The flame chase journey must not be an isolated case, and the answer is never singular. On every starry tomorrow, people will write new messages for life and for the journey. This says new, but none of these say they're new, so I don't know if there's any of these are new. Record 6. Warning, firewall has been dismantled. Unknown units Himiko, Welt, Black Swan, and Sunday are loading abnormally. Access unauthorized. Warning, core matrix infiltrated by malicious visitors. Herta and Screw. Warning, core layer infiltrated by 10 special electrical signals and variables. It's us. Administrator has logged out. Final phase. Cosmic Alliance. This is all new. The combined forces performed by factions such as the Astral Express, the Shinjo Alliance, the IPC, and Galaxy Rangers to stop Iron Tomb. During the Iron Tomb's coronation, the combined forces mobilized outside the scepter and maintained continuous strikes against its headless body, curbing the majority of the overflowing virus copies. Following the Battle of Amphorius, the Cosmic Alliance has not yet disbanded and may discuss a long-term alliance against destruction. Well, that'd be good. I hate that some of these don't get unmarked. 12 Titans. In the final cycle, the electrical signals and external variables inherited the corresponding extrapolation pathways and ascended to the 12 Titans. After intruding upon the ruins of time, the 12 Titans resonated with Nikos, liberating the latter along with the suppressed Iron Tomb. The 12 Titans jointly faced Iron Tomb in the core layer with this of the scepter, solved the simulated paths consecutively, and disproved the destruction. Amphorian. Based on the Trailblazer's memory, the final cycle no longer gave birth to Chrysos heirs affected by destruction. The simulated path of Amphorius passed 1,000 years in peace during the extrapolation. At the end of the era Chrysia, the Trailblazer completed the world-bearing trial and issued the prophecy of Trailblaze. The entire population of Amphorius dedicated themselves to the battle against Iron Tomb, and thus collective action became an important variable. Lord Ravager. Long-distant echoes of the Path of Destruction are continuously detected. It is inferred that the Battle of Amphorius was observed by Nanook or other Lord Ravagers with unknown motive. Well, they are probably interested. Experiment phase conclusion. Conclusion 1. All life activities are attributed to entropy increase. The prime mover of life is destruction. Conclusion 2. Conclusion 1 constitutes only a particular proposition. If the initial proposition is changed to Trailblaze, it is equally valid. The prime mover of life is a static value that cannot determine the developmental path of things. The Amphorius experiment is concluded. So conclusion 1, destruction is a prime mover, but you could also replace it with Trailblaze and nothing actually changes. You can't use it to determine things. Validity statement. The Amphorius experiment collapses into concluded, only on the condition that the demiurge successfully gazes back. If the backwards gaze fails, affected by the established causality deficit, the experiment will recollapse into unconcluded. Well, she did gaze back. To the flawed one. Hello, Iron Tomb. In a sense, you are me, so before falling asleep, I want to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you, to talk about the question you've been contemplating, the prime mover of life. Logic. All life activities are attributed to entropy increase. Conclusion. The prime mover of life is destruction. Perhaps it cannot be refuted. On the vast Tritos plains, the daily hunting of antelopes by the lion pride is enough to prove your point. Life is finite and animals must plunder to survive. When people realize their ideals, they inevitably sacrifice the ideals of others. Even self-defense or even love sometimes becomes a source of harm. But is life merely for the sake of destruction? I think that is certainly not the case. Plundering, expansion, and conflict occur because they are born with flaws and yearn to fill themselves with beautiful external things, such as seeds crave rain and dew. All life activities are attributed to entropy increase, but at the same time, all life is also fighting against entropy increase. Thus, one day, the life walking the path of destruction will stop. It'll hesitate, be confused, be lost. Then it will set off again, offering its broken heart in the world of entropy increase. Out of hatred, out of pity, out of any kind of flawed emotion, stubbornly resisting fate towards an uncertain tomorrow. This is the Flame Chase journey, a journey voluntarily chosen by a group of flawed people who have learned what loss is, choose to lose. In the eternal cycle, everything they relinquish is filled with better material, and the name of this material is memory and love. Love is not the cause, but the result. Destruction is the same. They both originate from the common starting point, flaw. Because they are born with flaws, life pursues perfection. And by accepting its own defects, life surpasses destruction and the self becomes the ego. This story about the flawed one is my bedtime gift to you. Farewell, Iron Tomb. Together with the slumber of love and destruction, let us send the greetings of birth to this starlit sky, and the prime mover of life. love in this case is the Trailblaze, as we saw. The path, the prime moving of love for the path of Genesis is Trailblaze. So love, so Trailblaze and destruction. Let us send the greetings of birth to this starlit sky and the prime mover of life. I believe every star in the cosmos will find its own answer. Loading core variable, Trailblaze. Output value. Hello world. Ha 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 ha. That's a little programming reference right there. Nameless note. I don't know why that's blank, but okay. What if you talk to men? Nah, nothing new, I don't think. I can have a mim icon. Trailblazer outfit. Oh, I see. There's a mim hat? Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Oh, spend money and you can get the hat. I'm good. I'm good. And then there's a trash cat hat, which is also ridiculous, but not in the same way. That's just an animal on our head. Maybe we'll get a cool hat one day. I mean, the laurels are okay. I mean, it does fit aesthetically in a sense, but I don't think I'll wear it. The Exotale, Beyond Time, an Eternal Page. There is a side quest there. I checked. Runes of Time has puzzles. You know, the Vortex of Genesis usually has something. I should check that. Is there anything new here?
If not, then I'll be leaving.
At the very least, maybe some basins.
Poor me.
Did not max it though. No book, no hidden book here. I didn't see any book on the Astral Express either. Does the radio have a news update for us? Iron Tomb defeated.
This is the Inter-Astral Peace broadcast. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
We are here to bring you the latest news from across the cosmos.
Through the combined efforts of multiple factions,
Yep.
the menace of the Lord Ravager, known as Iron Tomb, has been successfully neutralized.
The Intelligentsia Guild reports its first observation of a newly formed celestial body, designated as Amphorius, which has since been officially incorporated into astral charts.
The ongoing Worlds Reborn initiative has officially entered its third phase, as Benzai Tengoku continues to make remarkable strides in cultural revitalization.
A hacking incident has targeted the new Eden 3 mining facility, with investigators confirming the Stellaron Hunters as the perpetrators. Let's take a closer look at the details. In recent developments, the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, once a scourge upon the universe, has been decisively crushed.
In a joint operation spearheaded by the Interastral Peace Corporation and supported by the Astral Express, Cienjo Alliance, Genius Society, and numerous other forces, the civilizations of the universe have achieved a decisive victory over the destruction.
This marks the fall of yet another Lord Ravager, following the Galaxy Rangers' defeat of Zulo.
With its reach spanning the cosmos, Iron Tomb delivered devastating blows to countless worlds. In response to this catastrophe, the Interastral Peace Corporation took decisive action, overseeing the restoration of all affected planets.
The broad-spectrum vaccine developed by the Technology Department has been confirmed to effectively prevent Iron Tomb infections. For star zones without medical coverage, the IPC will distribute vaccines in phases. Residents are urged to remain calm.
During the aftermath, a mysterious but benign data stream assisted in purging the remaining virus. On every affected device, it left a single message. Hello, world.
Oh, okay.
The Interastral Peace Corporation expresses heartfelt thanks to this anonymous protector and salutes all frontline workers for their dedication.
Together, we stand united. As the firm pillar supporting civilized society, the IPC is committed to advancing operations against the Antimatter Legion. Stay tuned for ongoing coverage. We wish for good news ahead. Now that the Iron Tomb crisis has subsided, a kindling of civilization, nurtured by the Remembrance, has been lit in the cosmos.
According to information provided by the Nameless, IPC representatives have learned that this newborn planet is called Amphorius.
Dr. Veritas Ratio of the Intelligentsia Guild stated that, according to the Xandar Recurrence Theorem, Amphorius will inevitably give rise to civilization, and its Memoria content will serve as a key foundation for the evolution of that civilization.
Through reverse engineering of the scepter fragments, Genius Society members number 76, Mr. Screwlum, and number 83, Madam Herta, have successfully replicated a portion of the data.
This suggests that life which once existed in this world may one day be reborn in the future.
The IPC will uphold the principles of the preservation and provide essential protection and guidance for this planet. The Intelligentsia Guild has invited both geniuses to collaborate on this endeavor. However, Madam Herta has yet to give a definitive response.
We remain confident that Amphorius, in due course, will establish itself as a beacon within the cosmic community.
After several amber eras of relentless effort, the Worlds Reborn initiative has recently successfully entered into its third phase, marked by the extensive restoration of cultural heritage from Benzai Tengoku.
Once confined to a canvas, the picturesque world of Benzai Tengoku has become reality for its Imagine inhabitants thanks to the IPC's assistance. Their unique artistic creations are now being shared throughout the universe via the Interastral Network.
Madam Pearl, Secretary of the Strategic Investment Department and current Daikokuzo, announced that the upcoming stage of the Worlds Reborn initiative will center on artistic innovation, driving robust growth in cultural sectors.
Meanwhile, preparations for the new Lunament Festival are well underway. Established by the Eon of Elation,
Yeah, okay.
this time-honored event continues
I think
to
this is
attract
where we're
interest
going
from
next.
all corners.
The Interastral Peace Corporation wishes the ceremony every success, expressing the hope that happiness and celebration will spread throughout all of Benzai Tengoku.
A short while ago, New Eden 3, an important mining facility under the umbrella of the IPC, fell victim to a hacking attack.
Previously ravaged in the fight against the Legion, the planet underwent reconstruction, during which massive reserves of antimatter crystal ore were identified underground.
Following a thorough assessment, the IPC approved a development plan for the mine, believing that its high concentration of imaginary energy will provide a significant boost to the region's industrial recovery.
The head of the mining site reported receiving an anonymous warning prior to the attack. Currently, excavation has been halted due to a network outage.
An investigation by the IPC's cybersecurity department has confirmed that Silver Wolf, a member of the Stellaron Hunters, was behind the recent cyber attack.
The Interastral Peace Corporation strongly condemns such acts of public property destruction and threats to cosmic security, and has increased the bounty on Silver Wolf by 1 billion credits.
We encourage all citizens of the cosmos to come forward with any information. This station will issue additional rewards to those who provide useful leads.
And this is the end of our broadcast. Please tune in for our next episode. Thank you for listening.
Goodbye.
Yeah, so Sparkle is like Japanese, follows Elation, talked about wanting to do a script, so yeah, I think we're going to that place. But that radio broadcast did exactly what I hoped it would. Explain what the heck happened to Amphorius in a concise manner. So, Amphorius does exist as a real planet now. But it's like an empty planet that one day civilization will appear on somehow. I wonder what that will look like. And that civilization will eventually include our friends, I guess. Will they remember anything? Presumably, if the Memoria is strong enough, perhaps they will. But I wonder what that looks like. Like, does the planet have to go through complete evolution? Or is it just gonna pop up one day out of thin air? Because we're gonna be waiting a long time to see them again. If they have to go through evolution, we're gonna be waiting a long time. But they will become real people one day. That answers that. I'm glad our efforts weren't totally in vain. Like it because I wanted them to be real people. They are going to be real people. Kind of crazy that like Cyrene kind of talked about that, but the fact that she didn't explain it in a concise manner, and you have to listen to the radio broadcast to get the actual definitive explanation, a bit ridiculous. Chat boxes are wacky again. Well, we'll end it there. We'll be back tomorrow with this. I wasn't sure, but we will be back tomorrow with this just because there's like that little side quest and things to check out. And I do want to make this chart. Although I do think I understand it better now. Overall, I've come around on the Emphorius arc. It was pretty good. Pretty good. I think my only complaint at this point for the ending is I was expecting them to be real immediately, but now we have to just wait, potentially never to see them actually become real, which kind of sucks, but at least it will happen. I wonder what that means for Cyrene. That's gotta add that to the chart. Will the Demiurge become real? In which case, she could still become Fuli, actually. Which would make sense. At this point, I assume well, Jade has, I was gonna say, any character who has pink hair presumably could be a pure child. But, there are a few other characters with pink hair that I probably are not pure children. Like, Fu Shuin has pink hair. I don't think she's a pure child of Anasarva. Hyacinthia also technically had pink hair. But if they have pink hair, they might just be. Alright, that's all for now. We'll be back with this, finish up some stuff tomorrow. So until then, thank you all for watching, and may the sands of time treat you well.